Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Morgan, Mrs. Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terry Long, Mr. Whittle, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Sivright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Mr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golding, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, and Mr. Warmington. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We will have circulated today Speaker's ruling, order of speaking and use of microphones in accordance with Standing Order 32 of the House of Representatives, which governs the time and manner of speaking. I wish to clarify procedures regarding the use and operation of the microphones within the chamber. Standing Order 32 provides that a member desiring to speak shall rise in his or her place, and if called upon, shall address his observations to the Speaker or chairperson. No member shall speak unless called upon by the Speaker or chair. If two or more members raise at the same time, the Speaker or chair shall call upon the member who first catches his or her eye. To enhance the efficiency and orderly conduct of proceedings and to afford members who avail themselves of a better opportunity of catching the Speaker's eyes, members who wish to speak shall raise their hand, whereupon their names will be recorded by the table clerk. The Speaker will acknowledge members in the order in which their names are recorded. Members may only address the House and operate the microphone once formally recognized by the Speaker. Any attempt to speak without being acknowledged or to manipulate the microphone system independently is forbidden, as it disrupts the orderly conduct of business and is inconsistent with the principles of the Standing Order 32. Ministers who are answering questions must keep their microphone on until both the question and answer session is completed. Similarly, members who are posing questions should keep their microphone on until they are satisfied their questions have been sufficiently answered. This procedure is intended to prevent multiple microphones being activated simultaneously and to ensure that the sound system operates efficiently. I will circulate. So members like This is literally because of some of the chaos we had last week. So if a member has their microphone on and the person turns it off and then they need clarification or they want to do follow-up, they are now out of line in terms of being able to continue. Someone else takes precedence. In the same way, the minister who we had expected to answer the questions would have turned their microphone off, and based on how the system operates, we now would have to turn all mics off to get the minister to be able to respond. So, for some persons who weren't listening, I'm going to repeat. Ministers who are answering questions must keep their microphone on until both the question and the answer session is completed. That way, anyone who has a question of the minister and the minister needs to be able to respond, their mic is always on and is therefore not in the sequence that disturbs the members of the House making an effort to have a question answered by that minister. Similarly, and the member who is speaking, I want you to listen. Similarly, members posing questions should keep their microphone on until they are satisfied that their questions have been sufficiently answered. This procedure is intended to ensure that the operations of the House is efficient. Last week we would have had persons who needed to do clarification, follow-up, but by then you had turned your mic off and another member's mic is now on. The mic system is a very efficient system because it allows each member, without any bias, to be able to speak one after the other. However, when we have a situation where persons turn their mic off or the minister answering questions has completed their presentation statement by minister and turned their mic off, it literally disrupts the system. To complete, when two or more members raise to speak, I retain complete discretion over who is called. And this is consistent with Standing Order 32 and the established parliamentary practice. You may also look at Erskine May Parliamentary Practice, 25th edition, page 484. The rules regarding recognition, raising in one's place, and addressing speaker or chair are not optional. They are essential to maintaining the dignity, decorum, and efficiency of the House. Members, will immediately circulate same. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that clarification. I think it will help in relation to the orderly functioning of the House. Today, Madam Speaker, we do have a statement by Minister, the Honorable Matthew Samuda, the Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change.
Minister from St. Anne Northeast, member from St. Anne Northeast, the Minister of Water, Environment, Climate Change will now make his statement.
Madam Speaker, I crave members' indulgence, because even while I was sitting here, the most recent update would have just come to us from the NOA in terms of their exchange with the Met Service. So the statements is actually being printed upstairs now currently, but I have shared the digital copy in our caucus, and I've shared it with opposition leader of business to share digitally in your caucus groups that you can follow digitally in the interim while the printing is taking place. With your leave, Madam
Minister, your indulgence. Members, we are on the agenda item statement by ministers for the record.
So, Madam Speaker, I rise this afternoon to update this Honourable House and the people of Jamaica on the development of Tropical Storm Melissa, which has formed over the Caribbean Sea and is now posing a threat to several territories in our region, including our beloved island. Madam Speaker, Melissa's formation is a sobering reminder that this year's Atlantic hurricane season will not be ending quietly. As of this morning, reports from the National Hurricane Center, the division of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in the USA, which tracks and predicts tropical cyclones, indicated that the storm is churning approximately 480 kilometers, which is approximately 300 miles south of Port-au-Prince, Haiti, or 630 kilometers southeast of Morant Point, with maximum sustained winds of 50 miles per hour and or approximately 85 kilometers per hour. Now that the area of low pressure has strengthened to a tropical storm, the system has slowed significantly and further decreased in the forward speed, and further decreases in the forward speed is indeed projected. Hence, the system is likely to linger in the Caribbean waters for the next few days and take a little while longer to reach our shores. We are now expecting to start experiencing heavy rains sometime tomorrow night at current projections, but to note that the situation is indeed fluid and the Hurricane Center and our own Met Service is indeed monitoring closely. Now that the area of current projections show that it could intensify to a Category 1 hurricane by latest Saturday, fueled by unusually warm waters of the Caribbean at this time of the year. I must emphasize that the increased heat is no doubt in our mind related to broad-based global climate change. At present, a tropical storm watch has been issued for Jamaica. While the forecast remains uncertain, meteorological models suggest that Jamaica could experience heavy rainfall, gusty winds, and possible flash flooding, especially in the east, as the storm tracks northward later this week. We are particularly mindful of the potential for landslides in our mountainous parishes, especially in areas where soil saturation is already high, as we would have seen the October rains on in earnest even this afternoon. Madam Speaker, while the center of Melissa's projected path currently points towards Hispaniola, the storm's proximity to Jamaica demands our highest level of vigilance. As we have learned through experience, tropical systems of this nature can shift course with little warning, and even indirect impacts can bring significant disruption to lives, livelihoods, and property. Our emergency management teams, under the coordination of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM, are on full alert. Importantly, I want to assure you that your government is working tirelessly to ensure that the systems we have developed to protect you are indeed activated. The Met Service of Jamaica, for which I have portfolio responsibility, continues to monitor the storm's movement closely and will provide continuous updates as new data becomes available. This administration is one that puts the concept of joined-up government certainly into practice. So the Met Service and ODPEM have been collaborating closely to ensure a smooth flow of information and preparatory activities. Relevant ministries and agencies have been advised to activate their preparedness protocols. In this respect, I'm also speaking and sharing on behalf of my colleague, Minister Desmond McKenzie, the minister responsible for ODPEM, who is overseas on personal business. We are in close contact and continue to monitor to ensure that we're able to help Jamaica navigate this tropical storm threat. As you are aware, ODPEM is the country's primary disaster preparedness response agency and works closely with all local authorities in the preventative phase of disaster management. In this respect, Disaster coordinators are on alert to assist potentially vulnerable persons in our communities across the island. Additionally, the island-wide network of 881 shelters will be made available as the need arises, and the shelter managers are already on alert and preparing the designated spaces. Later today, at 3:30 p.m., the National Response Team will be meeting to evaluate the situation and the next steps. This team is coordinated by the ODPEM and involves a wide range of stakeholders, including the Met Service and municipal corporations. On behalf of Minister Morgan, I am advising also that the NWA is currently assessing drains and will take necessary emergency action based on the current threat assessment. Madam Speaker, it is not lost on us that Melissa is the 13th named storm of the season, but notably the first to form in the Caribbean Sea. This detail is significant. The extended period of calm in our region allowed sea temperatures to rise to record levels, creating what scientists now call rocket fuel for storm intensification. This is yet another stark demonstration of the urgent climate reality confronting small island developing states like Jamaica, a reality that demands both local preparedness and continued advocacy for global climate action. It is important to note that Jamaica is coordinating with our foreign partners while monitoring the storm with its fully operational Doppler radar system. In the coming days, we will continue to prioritize public safety, accurate communication, and coordination among all government and community partners. We urge citizens, particularly those in flood-prone and low-lying areas, to remain attentive to official advisories, avoid misinformation, and take all necessary precautions. I encourage all citizens to monitor updates from the Met Services, ODPEM, JIS, and indeed the JCF. There is no need for citizens to panic, but there is a need to prepare and to follow official sources of information. Madam Speaker, I want to assure you that your government, led by the Most Honourable Prime Minister, who is also Chairman of the National Disaster Risk Management Council, stands ready to respond to any eventuality. While we hope that Tropical Storm Melissa will spare our island significant impact, as it appears it may, we must prepare for the worst, even if we pray for the best. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The member from St. Mary Central.
Madam Speaker, I rise today thanks to the people of Central St. Mary who have reposed their confidence in me as their Member of Parliament, and Opposition Leader Mark Golding, who has appointed me to shadow the portfolio, who has appointed me to shadow the portfolio. I want to congratulate Minister Matthew Samuda on being assigned to his own ministry. I know previously he was a minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation with responsibility for the portfolio. But climate change, as I've always thought, deserves its own ministry, and I want to applaud him on being appointed to that ministry. We on this side stand ready to work with the government to ensure that our people, the people of Jamaica, have access to proper information, to accurate information, and to timely information as we prepare for what may come. But we're not altogether pleased, Minister. Events of this nature, we believe, are things we can prepare for. We know that one of the results of climate change has been more adverse weather conditions. And as a new member of this House, I find it unfortunate that I have not been a part of any briefing to advise me on what preparatory steps have been taken to get us ready during this disaster period. I am told I'm told, Madam Speaker, that sometime in the summer, Madam Speaker, I'm told that sometime in the summer, some funds would have been provided for drain cleaning. I imagine a lot of those drains have now blocked up, and a lot of those verges have experienced overgrowth. And people in places like Port Maria will not go to bed confident tonight that should the rains come later on, they will have the safety. And I note, Madam Speaker, that the Minister of Local Government was mentioned. I want to point out that the councillors in the St. Mary Municipal Corporation indicate that the last allocation they received was for July. And so they are not in any position to step in and address with the readiness. So while we pray for help, and while we hope for help, and while we wish for help, Madam Speaker, we had an opportunity to prepare, and we did not adequately prepare. Madam Speaker, I also want to speak on behalf of some of my colleagues who welcomed the Spark program, which should have been addressing some of the roads and drains in their various constituencies. The reports I have received, Madam Speaker, is that some of those roads have been dug up, pipes have been burst, roads are in a state of disrepair, and people are worried about what the condition will be when these heavy rains come down in the next 48 hours. We also came here today, Madam Speaker, to hear, since there was no preparation for what may come, and not all the fault of the minister, because the Ministry of Works and Local Government had a role to play in the preparation, but since there's no evidence of preparation, Madam Speaker, we were hoping to hear that some emergency steps would have been taken to ensure that we can get some of those drains clean, to mitigate against the possible flooding that will come. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Minister spoke about the island network, the island-wide network of 881 shelters that will be made available as the need arises. I would love an update on the state of these shelters, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would love an update on the state of the bedding and on the availability of food in these shelters to take care of the people, the vulnerable, who may have to retreat to these shelters. 11 seconds. So, Madam Speaker, while we stand ready to work and to support and to provide timely and accurate information, we need more than word from the government of the day, Madam Speaker. We need action from the government to get us to a state of ready as we anticipate this storm. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank.
No, that's
Would you be so kind as to take your seat, member? Member Daly, you had stepped in late. I'm asking you not to turn your mic on. You will be able to take a look at the ruling, which was read out before you came into the sitting. That's why your mic is going off. All right, so members, in this order, your hands were raised. The member from St. Mary Southeast was first. The member from St. Catherine Eastern after. Then the member from Kingston Eastern. After that, the member from St. Andrew Southeast was fourth. And I was asking, that's why she came down to confirm if you were gesticulating for the member beside you or yourself. I never saw. And the last person was Dr. Brownberg, member from Southwest St. Andrew. So members, it is not funny. I know we like to be hilarious. However, this is important to ensure that we don't spend our sessions at Parliament going over mic proceedings. It is very disorderly. And every effort was made to conceptualize a mechanism that is in keeping with the standing order, but that works for you. I can send for him. It will be the same. Speaker is the speaker. It doesn't matter which of the two of us. Minister, equally, I'm asking you, once you've turned on your mic to commence responding to questions, that you do not turn it off until the session is complete, as a reminder. Let's see how that system works today. There's one member who said his hand was up. Member from Clarendon. You said your hand was up? Because I didn't see you. Yeah. I didn't see him either. All right, so members, let's go. Question from St. Mary's Southeast, please. Question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have the honor of rising as a member from Southeast St. Mary.
Let me stop that right now. You will have an opportunity, every member in this House, to do your constituency debate and to grandstand.
Thank you.
At statement by Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister.
Member from St. Mary. Member from St. Mary Southeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from St. Mary Southeast.
Yes.
For those persons who are not au fait with the standing orders and the operations of Parliament, I will advise you. Statement by Minister is followed by a 5-minute response. It is the only response that is made in the House to a statement by Minister. After which, only questions are taken. And your questions need to be exactly that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Once again,
Madam,
please avail yourself of Standing Order 11A with also emphasis on Standing Order 17, subsection 2.
Thank you, Madam.
Proceed,
Madam
please.
Speaker, simply saying that I am pleased to stand in the capacity as member from Southeastern St. Mary. And I want to thank the Minister for his statement. Landslides are a feature of these systems that are before us and that we are discussing today. In fact, over the past
Members, I am sure all of us, please take your seat. Members, if you would like to proceed, the order in respect of statement by ministers, and I'll reiterate it because I do not think any member is desirous of standing and making a statement when you have been advised by the Speaker that it is not to be done. You are required to stand and ask your question. And it is for the efficient order of this Honorable House. And it is for every single member of the House. So members, whether from the government side or the opposition side, may ask a question. And it is only a question that you're allowed to ask at this juncture. It is necessary. No, it's not going to be member from Northwest St. Anne, from Northwest St. Catherine. You same one member. And if I call your name based on the standing orders, so we could have finished long time. But it is obvious that it is going to be a consistent practice, so it ends today right here. Member, when you're called, ask your question and take your seat. Keep your mic on in the event that your question is not properly answered. Members, additionally, do not stand and ask a question that was already asked. Member from St. Mary, Southeast.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So as I was saying in framing my question, Madam Speaker and Minister, land slippage has been a feature of these systems. In fact, over the past few days, we have had a lot of rains in Southeast, and we have had significant landslides blocking several roads. In terms of the engagement with the NWA as it relates to clearing of these roads, Minister, I'm advised that there is a reluctance on the part of the contractors
Member,
to...
Member, point of order.
Yes.
Point of order. The question being asked by a member must be related to the statement made by the minister.
But I'm going there. I'm doing that.
The minister is not in charge of landslide.
But we
You
are
can
talking
ask me
about
a
the
question.
system.
Okay? These new members need to know the rules. You can't go landslide and road on the environment and climate change. It has nothing to do with what he said. The question must be related to the statement made by the minister. That in relation to the statement by the minister.
Yes. May I proceed, Madam Speaker? The member who raised the...
No member. Your
Can I proceed?
leader of opposition business stood.
Okay.
Would you be so kind as to allow him?
Madam Speaker, I am very much aware of your intention, but I just am asking, Madam Speaker, especially as questions are framed, for there to be some leeway in allowing the member, especially where the issue is already raised in the statement, as it was. And it was just in reference to that statement that the question was being framed. I'm asking, Madam Speaker,
he didn't stand on a point of order. However, he was given the latitude as he was speaking on behalf of the members on his side of the House. So that's why I permitted the member to speak. Thanks, opposition, leader of opposition business. Members, I am happy to sit here very quietly until you are ready to continue with the sitting. Member from St. Mary Eastern, from St. Mary Southeastern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member who rise on a point of order from St. Catherine Southwest is actually correct. I have heard the pleadings of the leader of opposition business in the House. However, the statement by the minister is as it relates to the weather system, even if reference is made to landslides. In respect of questions you're asking about landslides and clearing of blockage and its connection to NAA, or in fact, even, that's what he asked. I listened to his question. I'm not sure if some persons even listen. It would not be an appropriate question for the minister based on the statement he made.
But with
So
all due
phrase your question in keeping. And members,
Madam Speaker, the issue that we are discussing in terms of the system...
no, member, ask your question. And that's not an appropriate question.
Can they, and thank you for allowing me, Madam Speaker.
Ask your question.
Can the minister advise me and the House if, because as I said, there is a difficulty in terms of contractors indicating that they are not getting paid to clear the road.
Member, please take your seat. Member, take your seat. The member from St. Mary Southeast, please take your seat. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I think, as has been said, I think the House would flow a lot better if members would go directly to the question, right? There is no need for a preamble, right? Just ask the question as you were about to do, and then we would recognize that the question that you were about to ask is not in the remit of the minister who gave the statement. So So I would say to members, just go directly to the question. If there is need for additional clarification, when the ministers are answering, they will ask. Just ask directly the questions.
The member from St. Catherine East, you may now turn your mic on.
So, Madam Speaker.
Oh. No, you don't have any more questions. Do you have any other questions, member? So, member, once again, I hope you took note, ask your question. And member, this is an observation that has been said to every single member of parliament in the previous dispensation. And I would want to also say it for the benefit of every member here. None of us as members of parliament are to be involved in any procurement and contract arrangements. So please refrain from those type of statements or questions. No, member, hold on. So the arrangement of turning on your mic is what allows you to speak. If your mic is off, you should not speak in the House. That is the standing orders.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and that's why I was given the context, but I'll ask the question specific. Is the minister aware that the outstanding payments to contractors
No. Member from St. Mary Southeast, take your seat. Member from St. Catherine. Member from no. The member from St. Catherine Southwest, what is your point of order?
The issue, I've already ruled on that issue. Payments by NW has nothing to do with Minister of Environment, Climate Control and Water. And he makes no mention in the statement by Minister. Questions must be related to the statement made by the Minister. And you already ruled on that. Did he talk about payment? You nincompoop? Did he speak about payment?
The member from St. Catherine East. The member from St. Catherine East, please ask your question.
I want to say something.
Leader of the opposition. Leader of the opposition. Leader of the opposition, you may make your statement on the mic as the leader of the opposition bench so that I can have it properly recorded. No, he's making a statement.
Madam Speaker.
Do you have a point of order? Do you have a point of order? Do you have a point of order, member?
Madam Speaker, I wish to state that members of parliament are
What's
not...
your point of order, member?
I find the line of questioning by the member to be very dangerous, as members of parliament are not party to contracts between the National Works Agency and the contractors. So it is very dangerous for a member without having access, unless they have access to the books of the National Works Agency, to stand in Parliament to make claims about payment of contractors without providing any evidence of it. Are you a party to a contract between the government and contractors? It's a very dangerous activity, Madam Speaker. Very dangerous.
Thank you, member. House Leader.
So, Madam Speaker, I appreciate that we do have new members in the House. And, you know, it does not have to be in a spirit of acrimony. The Speaker is trying to give directions in relation to the question that is being asked, guidance. Now, the standing orders say clearly that the proper object of a question is to obtain information on a question of fact which is in the official cognizance of the minister to whom it is addressed. So if the Minister of Environment gets up and speaks, and you start by asking him about the NWA, which is not under, you start by asking him, guys, you start by asking him about the NWA, which is not under his purview, then that would not be a proper question. And that's what the Speaker is saying. So once you start like that, then the Speaker and other members will intervene to say that on a point of order that is not what is meant. So what I would say to you, Speaker, if the member can ask a question that does not fly in the face of the standing orders, that is something that the minister has under his portfolio, there will be no problem. So if you ask that question, fine. But if you don't, if you start with something, then the Speaker will intervene. Thank you, Speaker.
Members, as Speaker of this Honourable House, I listen very keenly to the statements made when questions are to be asked. The question being asked by the member is improper and so ruled. Please move on from that statement. It is your third time being told. Your third time being told. You may ask for clarification, member from St. Catherine Northwest.
Madam Speaker, am I? Madam Speaker, a statement was made today by Minister who is appointed to a particular portfolio. In that statement, paragraph 5, the Minister said, and I quote, "We are particularly mindful of the potential for landslides in our mountainous parishes, especially in areas of soil saturation, is already high. Therefore, I am confused as to how it is that it is not appropriate within a question to this particular statement, regardless of the minister's portfolio. The minister was appointed by the government to make this particular statement. Therefore, without being properly briefed...
Member, thank you very much. You may take your seat. No, member, you may take your seat. Member, take your seat, please. Member, take your seat, member. Member, take your seat. Member. Member. Questions, page 8 of Standing Orders. Number 14, nature of questions. Questions may be put to a minister relating to any subject or department with the responsibility for which he has been charged, or with regard to which he has been assigned the responsibility of answering the questions. Member. Members. Members, are there any more questions? Members, are there any more questions?
Madam Speaker, I had written to you earlier, and I'm not too sure if you had...
Member, please do not speak about writing to me earlier. unless it is that you are aware that your communication has reached me. I have nothing that you have written to me about. So, leader of opposition business, any statement you will be making in respect of writing me, I would like to be written to and see such first. Statement by ministers. My last ask, are there any other questions on this statement by minister? Any other question on this statement by minister? Leader of opposition business, you would have to come and indicate to me exactly of what you speak. Because, yes, you may approach. So members, member, that's not how the speaker operates. So I'm going to say it for the final time. Your question must be as it relates to the statement that was made by Minister today. Your question must be exactly in keeping with the statement by Minister. That is the ruling. Your question should not be questions about National Works Agency, Ministry of Health, and all the other ministries that this minister is not responsible for. All your questions must be questions in respect of his statement and ministry. So this is my last time. And that is a ruling of the Speaker. Member from St. Mary, Southeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The minister, in his statement, said this administration is one that puts the concept of
just go straight to the question,
government.
member.
Is the minister aware of outstanding amounts?
Member, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Members, are there any other questions in respect of the statement by Minister? Are there any other questions? The member from St. James West Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister is about the preparedness protocols of the relevant ministries and agencies. Where can they be accessed?
The member from Westmoreland Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a question to the Minister. Quickly, Minister, will there be, in the light of the impending disaster, will there be any emergency funding being made available to satisfy like drain cleaning and stuff like that, knowing that we're still in the hurricane season?
Are there any other questions? Minister? Oh, you have another one?
Madam Speaker, I am here on behalf of the residents of Southeast St. Andrew who are anxious because 4 weeks ago, when we had heavy rains,
what is your question?
I'm coming to it.
No,
I am coming
ask
to
your
my question. I am coming to my question.
Members, it is very evident. It is very evident. It is Members, it is very evident that the questions are not in respect of the statement by Minister. The member from Westmoreland Western, from Westmoreland Central, his question was not in respect of a statement made by the Minister, and neither is this question being asked by, neither is this being asked by the member from St. Andrew Southeast.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Members, there is a question from the Leader of Opposition, the member from St. Andrew South.
I'm very concerned by the way in which the proceedings are being conducted. We are attempting to ask questions. We are attempting to ask questions arising from the statement. The statement was a wide-ranging statement. It not only touched and concerned the specific minister's portfolio, he also said he was speaking on behalf of the Minister of Local Government, who is overseas, who has direct responsibility for disaster preparedness. On more than one occasion, the member on this side who was sought to ask a question has been prevented from completing the question, and instead a point of order has been taken, which I don't know what the ruling was, or you yourself have intervened to prevent the statement, the question from being asked. I want to know what the question was that the member for South East St. Mary was seeking to ask. I don't know what his question is.
Member. If we have no other questions, announcements. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: annual reports and
Members,
audited.
announcement, please.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: annual reports, laid on the table of the House are the following: annual report and audited financial statements for eGov Jamaica Limited for the financial year 2024-2025. The National Housing Trust Housing Benefits Special Selection for Catherine Estates Housing Development Batch 1 Order 2025, Masmere Flats Housing Development Order 2025, and Industrial Cove Manor Housing Development Order 2025 under the National Housing Trust Act. Jamaica Public Bodies First Supplementary Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure for the year ending March 2026. Jamaica Second Supplementary Estimates 2025-2026. The Auditor General's Department Certified Appropriation Accounts under Head 4000B for the Ministry of Labour and Social Security for the year 2014-2015, and finally under Head 51000C, Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries for the year 2021-2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Clerk. Bills brought from the Senate. Petitions. Papers. Reports from committees. Notices of motions given orally.
Madam
Member
Speaker,
from St. Catherine
Southwest.
Southwest.
Madam Speaker, I wish to give notice that the next sitting of the House shall be moved. Whereas Section 39, subsection A, subsection B of Jamaica Constitution, Order in Council 1962, states that, subject to provision of Section 40 of this Constitution, any person who at the date of his appointment or nomination for election, A, is a Commonwealth citizen of age or between 21 years or upwards, and B, has been ordinary resident in Jamaica for the immediate preceding 12 months, shall be qualified to be appointed as a senator or elected as a member of the House of Representatives, and no other person shall be qualified. And whereas the current voting age in Jamaica is 18 years, and whereas Section 40, subsection 2, subsection 8 states, no person shall be qualified to be appointed as senator or elected as member of Parliament, a member of the House of Representatives, who is, by virtue of his own act, under any acknowledgement of allegiance, obedience, or adherence to a foreign power or state. And whereas the Supreme Court of Jamaica interprets this to mean even the renewal of a passport by an individual born in a foreign country to be by Jamaican parents, and whereas circumstances have changed since the adoption of this Constitution 1962, which has seen several amendments, and whereas a Jamaican should never be deprived of an opportunity to be elected to his House of Representatives by reason of holding a foreign passport. Be it resolved that Section 38, subsection A, be it resolved that Section 39, subsection A of the Constitution be amended to read, is a Commonwealth citizen of the age of 18 years or upwards. Be it further resolved that Section 40, subsection 2, subsection A of the Constitution be deleted.
Thank you, Member. Minister, you have a stay. Yes, it's your turn now, Mr. Terrelong. Could you turn your mic on, please?
I don't know for this. No. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, thank you, sir. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas this Honourable House has on the past 16 occasions approved a motion in support of Cuba's resolution submitted in the United Nations General Assembly entitled Necessity of Ending the Economic, Commercial and Financial Embargo imposed by the United States of America against Cuba, and whereas the 63-year-old policy of economic blockade remains in place despite the fact that 187 member states of the United Nations, including Jamaica, representing the vast majority of the international community, voted last year in favor of the resolution. And whereas there are no formal and normal banking relations between Cuba and the United States, with implications for relations with the international banking system, and whereas there are no formal, and whereas the restrictions on Cuba's international financial transactions including those with multilateral organizations for cooperation with the island, have intensified with the implementation of the blockade policy. And whereas, despite the re-establishment of diplomatic relations in 2015, tourism from the United States to Cuba effectively remains illegal, with limited flights to only the capital city, Havana, and hotels remain off-limits under Cuban-United States relations restrictions on patronizing companies linked to Cuba's military or security services. And whereas the United States government tightened the blockade against Cuba with amendments to the Cuban Assets Control Regulations to impose increased restrictions on travel, the processing of remittances, and hotel accommodation properties in 2019 and 2020. And whereas the United States on May 15, 2024, removed Cuba from its list of countries not cooperating fully in its fight against terrorism and rescinded Cuba's designation as a state sponsor of terrorism on January 14, 2025. And whereas the United States revoked the rescission of Cuba's designation as a state sponsor of terrorism on January 20, 2025, which has grave implications on how third states engage with Cuba on developmental aid, trade, international cooperation on transnational organized crime, and technical assistance. And whereas the United States government has reversed announced plans to remove the limit of family remittances, to authorize remittances to non-family members sent to Cuba, to increase flights to Havana and extend flights to other cities, to allow American groups to visit on educational trips, and to relaunch the Cuban Family Reunification Parole Program. And whereas the existing blockade, which in its essence and its aims constitutes an act of unilateral aggression and represents a transgression of the right of peace, development, and security of a sovereign state, as well as a permanent threat to the stability of a member state of the United Nations. And whereas the blockade represents a violation of international law and is contrary to the purpose and principles of the United Nations Charter and to the norms governing international trade and freedom of movement and navigation. And whereas international humanitarian law prohibits any embargo of raw materials for food and medicine, even in wartime, and Cuba continues to be unable to provide trade, even food and medicine, with subsidiaries of United States companies in third-party countries. And whereas the United States has broadened the restricted list of Cuban entities and sub-entities that are the object of additional tax sanctions due to blockade regulations. And whereas the continuation of the blockade during the pandemic worsened the impact of the embargo, in particular with efforts to procure vaccines and material for producing its own vaccines, which are the best way to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the economic, commercial, and financial blockade constitutes the principal obstacle for the development of the Cuban economy and hinders the implementation of the country's national plan for economic and social development, as well as the United Nations Agenda 2030 and its sustainable development goals. And whereas Jamaica's national interests are concerned with the impact of the continuation of the blockade and the extraterritorial application of the United States laws regulating transactions between Jamaica and Cuba directly and indirectly. And whereas governments committed to the norms of the multilateral trading system, to the freedom of trade and navigation, to the principles of the Charter of the United Nations, to international law, and to the rejection of extraterritorial application of a national law, voted again on October 30th, 2024, in favor of the resolution at the United Nations General Assembly. Be it resolved that this Honourable House express itself on the morality, legality, and desirability of this decades-old blockade against Cuba, and call for renewed dialogue between the United States of America and Cuba, and for the lifting of the United States embargo against Cuba. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion.
Thank you. Questions and answers to questions? Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I will commence public business by concluding the debate, which commenced on the 7th of October, 2025, concerning the establishment of several parliamentary committees. We would have gotten various interventions, and as such, I now bring this debate to a close, just to indicate that in starting the debate, we did suspend the standing orders, and the convention has been to indicate that notwithstanding Standing Order 63.3 in relation to ministers of state, and to highlight that this is a long-held convention. Those are my closing. Madam Speaker, I beg that the motions, notice of which were given on the 7th of October 2025, be approved.
The question is that the motion which was given notice of be now approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, let me join with you in welcoming the Cuban ambassador to our parliament. As you would have heard the motion, and as such, as the ambassador is still with us, I'm going to ask Minister Terry Long to take the motion of which he gave earlier.
Thank you, House Leader. Minister Terry Long, before you take the motion, I will indicate in respect of your request to, notwithstanding the standing orders, speak in Spanish in solidarity with Cuba, to be able to do so. So suspension of standing orders in that regard. You may proceed on the public business, Minister Terry Long.
Thank you, Minister. Minister
Terry Long, hold a moment. Just
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Please take a look, Minister. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? Minister, you may now commence the debate.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And in advance, let me also indicate my thanks for the indulgences to which you have extended. No doubt the Ambassador of Cuba is, in fact, very appreciative as well. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you for facilitating the piloting of this traditional parliamentary motion on the need to end the economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed by the United States against Cuba. I have the distinguished honor to introduce this very important motion, one that all members of this honorable House hold dear to their hearts. Please allow me, Madam Speaker, to reaffirm the close, long-standing, and active relationship which Jamaica enjoys with Cuba, its closest geographic neighbor, with whom it shares strong diplomatic and cultural ties. I must assure this honorable House that the government of Jamaica remains opposed to the unilateral application of economic and trade measures by one state against another that would obstruct the conduct of commercial activity, trade, and economic cooperation. It is important, Madam Speaker, to note that the decision of the United States to keep Cuba on its list of countries not cooperating fully in its fight against terrorism, while simultaneously maintaining its designation as a state sponsor of terrorism, remains in absolute contrast to the principles of international law, the sovereign equality of states, non-interference in the internal affairs of states, and the right to self-determination and peaceful coexistence. Madam Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to highlight the importance of all members of the United Nations adhering to the Charter of the United Nations and international law, including international humanitarian law. The government of Jamaica has refused to promulgate any law, legislation, or measure that would infringe on the sovereignty of a state or its lawful national interests. Madam Speaker, Jamaica therefore supports the renewed call for Cuba's removal from the United States list of countries considered a state sponsor of terrorism. There is no doubt that unjustifiably maintaining Cuba on the list of state sponsors of terrorism limits opportunities for collaboration and cooperation within the region to address pressing and intersecting challenges of our time. Such collaboration would significantly benefit the people of Cuba and the people of Jamaica. Jamaica also calls for the lifting of the embargo against Cuba. The embargo has exacerbated the current and long-standing challenges being faced by the country and has had far-reaching implications that disproportionately affects the Cuban people and economy, negatively impacting aspects of their lives, including access to essential goods and services. It is morally indefensible to impose such suffering on innocent civilians in efforts to isolate and weaken the Cuban government. The government of Jamaica applauds Cuba's remarkable achievements and advancements in healthcare and medical research, despite these challenges, and its unwavering commitment to deepen South-South cooperation amongst developing countries. The government also commends the commitment and tenacity of the Cuban people and underscore that Cuba stands as a testament of resilience and innovation and an inspiring example of strength and determination. The United Nations General Assembly, through its annual resolutions, which receive overwhelming support, has consistently called for the lifting of the embargo. Madam Speaker, it must also be recalled that the Jamaican Parliament has a tradition of supporting the motion calling for the lifting of the economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed by the United States. This is a position consistently taken in Jamaica. It is also recalled that Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, reiterated Jamaica's support for Cuba in his policy statement at the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly during the just concluded high-level week in New York in September. In his address, the Prime Minister emphasized that multilateralism must deliver fairness for all. He reiterated Jamaica's call for constructive dialogue and engagement, which offer the best path forward for the people of Cuba to fully participate in the global economy. The Prime Minister also encouraged continued domestic reform in Cuba and greater integration of Cuba into international systems, supported by policies that enable progress for the country rather than isolation. The United Nations General Assembly will once again, on the 28th to the 29th of October 2025, vote on the resolution. Jamaica's permanent representative to the United Nations will, as is customary, demonstrate Jamaica's solidarity with Cuba through a statement during the debate. Jamaica will support the resolution as a concrete reflection of Jamaica's long-standing relationship and solidarity with the Cuban people. In this regard, Madam Speaker, I have the honor of presenting this parliamentary motion for adoption by this Honourable House. The motion represents a technical update to that which was adopted in October last year. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the Parliament continuing its tradition of adopting this very important motion. I thank you.
The member from St. Mary West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is well known that Cuba and the United States are good neighbors to Jamaica. They are great neighbors, as a matter of fact. And Jamaica has benefited equally from both our neighbors. Indeed, as beneficiaries, it therefore is our duty to continue to increase our role as mediators in bringing both of our neighbors to the table to work out a deal so that they too can say that they are good neighbors with each other. Indeed, there are hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans living in the United States, and there are hundreds of Jamaicans living in Cuba. Many Jamaicans know Cuba as an ancestral home, have relatives there, and many of our citizens have studied in Cuba equally as in the United States. Jamaica, therefore, has a responsibility with the good relations with both countries to make some offers. We should not only be benefiting from both countries, but we should also offer to help in areas where we have excelled. Example, sports, in tourism, in farming. Jamaica should continue to be that mediator to bring the United States and Cuba to the table. Indeed, Madam, as we in St. Mary wake up, especially in the Prospect Tower Isle area, on a bright and clear day, or in Montreal, we can see the outlines of Santiago de Cuba. And in the Carinal area, as you turn on a radio, you are easier to find a Cuban radio station than a Jamaican radio station. So that the relations are deep. Indeed, all of my aunts and uncles were born in Cuba. So it is close to me because my maternal grandmother and her husband made a life for themselves in Cuba. So that as good neighbors, we don't want to pick a side. We would want to bring both sides together to develop good neighborly relations. And it's in that basis why we always support this resolution and ask others to support it and hope that good sense will prevail and that Jamaica will play that increasingly larger mediation role. Thank you.
Next to make a contribution is the member from St. Catherine, West Central.
Thank you very much, Madam.
After which is the member from St. James, West Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, colleagues. Just would like to lend my voice to the need for a resolution of this matter by outlining the importance to Jamaica and the Jamaican people of the Cuban agreement, Cuban Brigade, Medical Brigade program that has been part of our landscape for some time. Madam Speaker, we currently have just about 300 Cuban healthcare professionals on the island now as we speak. Most are nurses, but we do have doctors and we have medical doctors within different categories, particularly in eye care. They are spread out across the country, Madam Speaker, and in some instances, they play a critical role where there is little or no replacement in terms of administration of this type of care. So the specialist nurses, the eye care unit at St. Joseph's Hospital, which does quite a bit of work, seeing hundreds of patients on a weekly basis. There is absolutely no doubt or no debating the value of this program as it relates to healthcare administration. And it is something that, as a government, and I believe successive governments, we are extremely grateful for. The program benefits in several ways from the exposure, the experience, and as I said earlier, the training of even Jamaicans who go to Cuba to train in this field. And therefore, it is certainly in Jamaica's interest and certainly healthcare interest to have this program maintained and continued. We are now in the process of negotiating a new MOU. As it turns out, that period of the previous MOU has expired, and so there is a conversation that is taking place now between the respective technocrats, both at the level of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, but also at the level of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and of course on the Cuban side at the level of the embassy here. We had a team from Jamaica, headed by the Permanent Secretary in Health and Wellness, supported by Finance, Ministry of Finance and Foreign Affairs, that traveled to Cuba recently and continued those discussions. And in the most recently, I think over the last couple of weeks, those conversations have continued. We are hoping that we can reach a resolution on the new MOU, and we are looking forward to that. We have made some progress, or should I say significant progress, but there are one or two issues that we're still trying to address or to resolve. In the meantime, the program continues to work and play a critical role. And we do hope that in the wider context of the hemisphere and the relationship between Cuba and the US, there is a similar type of discussion that can and will take place in an attempt to bring resolution and to add to what is very important, international or certainly regional collaboration to provide the health and safety and wellness of the population of the region, the Americas, the Caribbean, and indeed the world. The final point I want to raise, Madam Speaker, is a slight deviation, and I hope you'll indulge me, that the ambassador for Cuba representing that country in Jamaica is on his final lap to return home. And I want to just use the Parliament and use the opportunity to thank him for his service and representation. He has been always available, easy to talk to, and has really represented well. And I want to, on your behalf and on our behalf, wish him all the very best as he move on to do other things. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, around this time of year, every year, a resolution is submitted to the United Nations General Assembly calling for the ending of the economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed by the United States of America against Cuba. And for as long as I have been a member of the Houses of Parliament, Jamaica has expressed itself on the desirability of continuing the blockade. And Jamaica has voted in solidarity with Cuba and other member states of the United Nations in support of an end to the blockade. Madam Speaker, we live in a time when many believe that might is right. But for as long as we subscribe to the rule of law, there will always be a place for Jamaica to raise its voice in support of the people of Cuba on this matter. Madam Speaker, for reasons already stated, what exists is simply wrong, and the people of Cuba are the ones who suffer as a result of the decision taken by governments. And sometimes decisions are taken in the belief that good will come. But over time, the evidence is clear that the people of Cuba have suffered disproportionately and unjustly as a result of this blockade. Cuba has been a good friend to Jamaica, and our people are better off for that friendship. In its own way, Cuba has come to the assistance of Jamaica in the field of medicine and other areas, resulting in good to the people of Jamaica. And so I join in supporting this motion and in expressing my own support for the resolution that will come up for a vote around October 28 and 29 in the General Assemblies of the United Nations. Madam Speaker, it is entirely indefensible for the embargo to continue. For as long as Jamaica has been an independent nation, this policy of economic blockade has been in place practically for the entire duration of independent Jamaica. And we believe that we should let our voices be heard, that we do not support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. To his feet, to close, would you be so kind as to turn your mic on, Minister? Remember the motion.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank...
Hold a moment, Minister. Remember to move the motion to close the debate, please.
Yes. Member. Resolution. I crave your indulgence, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now wish to conclude the debate on the motion.
The question is that the motion, notice of which the Minister gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Those against? You may conclude.
Madam Speaker, in concluding the motion, I wish to thank the members who have joined their voices in support of the motion. Madam Speaker, having noted the presence of the Ambassador of Cuba and having noted that his fellow people of Cuba pay special attention to this motion every year, I wish to indicate for the benefit of the Ambassador and the people of Cuba that Jamaica siga siendo un buen vecino y amigo a la gente y el gobierno cubano. Nuestra historia y amistad ha sido lleno del apoyo de Cuba en muchos aspectos, especialmente
Hold on a moment, member from St. Catherine Southwest. You are, the standing orders were suspended in order to allow. No, not only, member. I'm not sure if you had stepped out of the chamber at the time, but leeway was granted by the speaker to allow specifically for him to speak in Spanish. To speak in a language, yes, member. Member.
Don't cut up my mic. Don't cut up, please.
Member, I did not turn your mic on at all. Could you start from the beginning?
I'm not aware of what he's saying. I don't speak Spanish. And the standing order that is written for this house, you must speak in English and English only. I have no idea what he's saying. And I'm entitled to understand what is being said in this house by any member. I don't speak Spanish. And this said, I must hear it in English. Okay? Are you supposed to learn Spanish and come back?
Thank you for your intervention, member. So, members, he is correct in respect of the language allowed by Standing Order 6. However, the member asked previously and member, so he would have to speak in both language, English, and the same would be said in Spanish. And member, the standing order said the proceedings and debates of the House shall be in English language. All right, every petition shall be in the English language. That is Standing Order 6. However, member, you may have stepped out of the House. Before the member started the debate, before he began reading the resolution, he asked previously, and it was put to the House to allow him to speak in another language, which was Spanish, in solidarity with our, yes, he did. And I did. And it was so moved, separate and apart from the suspension of the standing orders for the motion itself. So yes, member, it was done. Member, Minister Terrelong, please recommence. Please, for the benefit of the member, from St. Catherine Southwest, since I do not speak Spanish either, when you indicate your statement in Spanish for the benefit and solidarity of our sisters, brother country here and present in Parliament today and listening to us from Cuba, they will be able to appreciate very clearly our solidarity and the suspension of the standing orders that was done in that respect for them on this occasion, and then repeat same in English for the benefit of Hansard and all members seated here who speak only English. So ruled by the Speaker. Thank you, member. Minister, you may proceed. Please turn on your mic.
Again, Madam Speaker, I thank you for the indulgences that you have extended. And I would have indicated, and the House, by extension, having moved the resolution earlier. And again, Madam Speaker, for the benefit of the ambassador and the people of Cuba, I do know that they too are grateful. Madam Speaker, I wish to indicate for the benefit of the people of Cuba who I know are listening to this very important show of solidarity, Madam Speaker, that Jamaica siga siendo un buen vecino y amigo a la gente del gobierno cubano. Nuestra historia y amistad ha sido lleno del apoyo de Cuba en muchos aspectos, especialmente en educación y la asistencia médica. Por todo lo que Cuba ha hecho, no solo por Jamaica, pero por todo el mundo, Jamaica siempre va a negociar por el fin de este bloqueo ilegal. Jamaica siempre está al lado del gobierno y la gente cubano y para luchar contra el bloqueo, para nuestra amistad. Madam Speaker, I wish to indicate for the benefit of those in the House that I have conveyed to the Cuban ambassador and the people of Cuba that Jamaica continues to be a good neighbor and friend to the people and government of Cuba, that our history and friendship has been a shared history full of assistance from Cuba across many aspects, especially in the fields of education and healthcare. For all that Cuba has done, not only for Jamaica, but for the world, Jamaica will continue to negotiate for the end of the illegal blockade against Cuba. In essence, my lady, and I thank you for your indulgences and that of the House entirely. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Please reread.
Madam Speaker, I now conclude the motion that has been mentioned and ask that the House approves the motion as a show of solidarity for our Cuban brothers and sisters.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you. House Leader, I would like to recommit notices of motions given orally, and we will move straight into public business efficiently. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplemental estimates of revenues and expenditure for the year ending March 2026 was laid on the table of the House on the 21st day of October 2025, be referred to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I beg to further give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Continue, House Leader, straight into public business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Madam Speaker, as a result of the recent adjustment to the assignment of subjects and departments, agencies, and other public bodies following the September 2025 general elections, the Financial Administration and Audit Act, financial institutions require that a supplementary budget be prepared to address the budgetary allocations in respect of the changed entities during a fiscal year. Madam Speaker, I therefore table today, on behalf of the Minister with responsibility for finance, the central government's second supplementary estimates for the fiscal year 2025-2026, which will bring the 2025-2026 approved estimates of expenditure in line with the recent assignment of subjects and departments, agencies, and other public bodies, and ensure that essential budgetary resources are approved by Parliament to support the operations of the ministries, departments, and agencies as they now exist. Also being tabled is the first supplementary estimates for the public bodies. Madam Speaker, members, the adjustments have no material impact on the fiscal budget. The MDAs that are given up subjects reflect a reduction in their approved budgets, and the amounts reduced are reflected as increases in the MDAs to which the subjects have been assigned. Specifically, the central government's second supplementary estimate for 2025-2026 provides for the closure of heads 27,000, the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, head 19046, the Forestry Department as a department of the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and head 15020, the former Registrar General's Department and Islands Records Office. Head 19,000, the renaming of the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation as the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, and the transfer of the water portfolio. Head 22,000, established as the Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change, and assigned responsibility for the water portfolio, including weather services and climate services. Head 26,000, the renaming of the Ministry of National Security as the Ministry of National Security and Peace. Head 28,000, the renaming of the Ministry of Justice as the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, with the assignment of responsibility for legal and constitutional affairs. Head 69,000, the renaming of the Ministry of Science, Energy, Transport and Telecommunications as the Ministry of Energy, Transport and Telecommunications, with the transfer of the science portfolio, the e-learning Jamaica Limited and the tablets in school program. Head 41,000, the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, to reflect the assignment of responsibility for e-learning Jamaica Limited and the tablets in school program. Head 26046, the Forestry Department, assigned a new head number 22046 to reflect its new status as a department under head 22,000, the Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change. Head 15,000, the Office of the Prime Minister, to reflect assignment of the science portfolio from head 69,000. The establishment of head 15063, the National Identification and Registration Authority, NIRA, a new department of the Office of the Prime Minister established under the NIRA Act of 2021, with responsibility for administering the National Identification System and carrying out the functions of the Registrar General as prescribed by the Act. Balance under the Registrar General's head is being transferred to this head. The first supplementary for the Jamaica Public Bodies estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026 reflects the changes in portfolio responsibilities of the following entities. The Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, transferred from the Office of the Prime Minister to the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information. The National Water Commission, transferred to the Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change. Also, due to the change of name for some ministries, the overall balance for the self-financing public bodies falling under the portfolio of the former Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications and Transport is now reflected under the Ministry of Energy, Transport and Telecommunications. And the overall balance for the self-financing public bodies falling under the portfolio of the former Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation is now reflected under the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development. Madam Speaker, I now ask that the meeting of the House be suspended Madam Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved.
Thank you, House Leader. The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader. Mike, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the meeting of the House be suspended to enable the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives to meet to consider the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenues and expenditure for the year ending 2026.
The question is that the meeting of the House be suspended to enable the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives to meet to consider the second supplementary estimates for the year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimate of revenues and expenditure for the year ending March 2026. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The meeting of the House is now suspended. Members on the committee may remain. Those who are not may take a break, or you may sit within the precincts but do not contribute to the discourse or any votes taken. You do not need to remove yourself from the chamber. I am now going to call the members. So we are in committee, even though I'm sitting here. Members of the PAAC are Mr. Peter Bunting, Chair, Mr. Andrew Morris, MP, Mr. Hero Clark, MP, Juliet Holness, MP, Delroy Williams, MP, Mrs. Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, MP, Mr. C. Everard Warmington, MP, Ms. Crystal Lee, MP, Mr. Michael Phillips, MP, Ms. Nikisha Burchell, MP, Mr. Omar Newell, MP, and Mr. Damian Crawford, MP. Those are the members that constitute the committee. As I said, other members of Parliament seated in the precinct may remain if they so choose to do so. Heroy, if you don't mind, please, please come a little closer. Where's the clerk? Committee clerk? How are you?
Good afternoon, members and our guests. All right, so we will be electing a chairman for today's PAAC's meeting. Members, the chairman. Okay. So we'll be nominating a temporary chair. Yes, a temp for today's meeting. So
I wish to nominate Ms. Sarah Clark to be chairman of this PAAC session.
I beg to second that nomination.
Okay, so I've heard the nominations, right? And that is in standing with the standing orders, number 77-2. Are there any other nominations before we proceed? No. There being no other nomination, members, we now would ask the member-elect to sit right here beside of me, the committee clerk, to chair our meeting for today. Member Clerk.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is indeed the pleasure of mine to chair this session of the PAAC, as we are well aware that we have to continue with the business of the nation. And so at this time, I will now call this meeting to order. I will ask member from Central Clarendon to pray for us.
Let's pray. Oh, Heavenly Father, we want to ask for your guidance as we deliberate in this sitting, and ask for your guidance as we deliberate towards making a decision. Thank you very much.
Amen. Are there any apologies for absence? Are there any apologies for absence? There is none. We continue. Let me take this time to welcome us once again, especially those new members coming to PAAC for the very first time. I hope you will find it very, very interesting, and your contribution will always go down well. Once again, I also say welcome to members who have been here before and knows exactly what is asked of them. Also, let me take time out to welcome members from the ministry and different technocrats that are here with us this afternoon. Welcome once again to the first sitting of this term's PAAC meeting, and to our continued supporting staff from Parliament. We welcome you today. Consideration of the second supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026 is now in front of us.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think there's anything controversial in what we have here. It's basically transfer from one ministerial agency to another based on the realignment of ministries and agencies. So I don't think we need to have much deliberation. So the ask that we go through taking page by page and just conclude. There's no addition or deduction, it's just transfer. We approve this already in a regular budgetary process. So the SARC was just to go through page by page. Take it page by page.
So there are some updates that we would like to hear from the Financial Secretary. The changes that reflects in the second supplementary estimate 2025-2026 are head number 1900.
Going to say to you, it's just what is written here. And we said that already. So why subject
So
her
are
to
we? So
update?
remember, you're asking that we take them en bloc.
Page by page. You can subject her to
So if
we're
there's
reading
no,
what is there
if
already.
there's no changes to
Just transfer from one ministry to the other.
Okay.
One agent to the other. Unless you want to, you know, just nice it up for us.
Madam.
Sorry, if I may. So this is a PAAC, not the Standing Finance Committee. So we don't take the page by page. It's just if there are any questions or any issues around what has been provided.
And there are none. So we can just take it en bloc. So the request is on the floor that we accept the second supplementary estimate 2025-2026 en bloc. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
We also have the first supplementary of the public bodies, sir.
Any questions?
I guess you can treat it likewise.
If there are no other question or commentary, then we know the request is on the floor that we take the matter en bloc. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Any other business? If there is no other business, then we now ask for this meeting to be adjourned. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. This meeting now stands adjourned. So the meeting was asked to be adjourned by member from St. Catherine, seconded by Christian.
Corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and I just saw it set, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption, and here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe, and if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and opposition leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million or serve up to 2 years in prison if they don't file their declaration or if they give false information, and $500,000 for not filing on time or ignoring requests for information. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians made changes that prevent the public from knowing when they've broken the law or when they're being investigated. We really need to change that. Visit jampja.org to find out more about the Act and to track if your MP is obeying this law. If they're not, JAMP's MP Tracker will help you write, tweet, or call your MP. Ask them, you submit your declaration yet? The Integrity Commission clear you? Let's help the Parliament stay honest. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you.
Can you imagine getting a marketable skill for free? Your government has made it possible for anyone wanting to learn a skill to get free training through the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons.
Good things are happening in Jamaica. Our unemployment remains the lowest it has ever been, which means more Jamaicans are working and can provide for themselves and their families. Your government is building Jamaica. Come July, your NHT home improvement loan will increase to $3.5 million for qualifying applicants. Your government is caring for you. Since 2016, 156,000 more Jamaicans are working. This is more than any other time in our history. Your government is caring for you.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions, the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding, and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Jamaica, I can help you protect our citizens.
Jamaica Eye will play a part in increasing your public safety.
Jamaica Eye is part of an island-wide network of camera surveillance systems designed to increase the safety of you, our citizens. If you have a camera system outside your home or office facing a public space, log on to JamaicaEye.gov.jm today. Jamaica Eye, we're all connected. The Ministry of National Security, creating a safer and prosperous Jamaica.
Come July, your NHT home improvement loan will increase to $3.5 million for qualifying applicants. Your government is caring for you. The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
To fight crime and violence in your country, your government has invested over $9.7 billion into national security systems. This includes the construction and renovation of dozens of police stations, the acquisition of critical security equipment such as patrol vessels and police vehicles, the recruitment and training of more police officers, and the build-out of the Jamaica Defense Force. Your government is investing in your safety. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister. Jamaica is changing right before our very eyes. Across the island, billions are being invested into our road networks, from farm and community roads to major roads and highways. Dozens of communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica are receiving access to reliable potable water for the very first time. And thousands of Jamaicans have become homeowners thanks to the historic shifts in policies of the National Housing Trust, making it easier for Jamaicans to receive funding. Not to mention the record number of houses being built. Never dreamed you would own a home? No matter your circumstance, home ownership is possible for you, thanks to the government's new social housing program specially designed to meet the needs of poor Jamaicans at no cost to them. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Remember that big project the government announced them was going to from when? You ever catch yourself a wonder what happened to it? Stop wonder like an outsider and start move like the country belong to you. You have a right to publicly owned information, and the Access to Information Act gives you that power. I know you have enough questions about how governments are run or not run, so let me show you how it works. Say mosquito spraying going on in your community, your children asthmatic and you want to know what chemicals are in it. Or what about that Auditor General report on a public official getting twice his salary with no proper approval? Is your taxes and you want to know if they paid it back? First, do some basic searching to see what is already on government websites. If you don't see what you're looking for, make a formal ATI request by completing the application form on the ATI site or sending a letter or email. And remember, you don't have to say why you need it. It is your right to know. Make sure you send your request to the right agency, and once they confirm receipt, they get 30 calendar days to provide the information. A maximum of 60 if extra time is needed. Yes, I know you want access to everything, but sensitive documents are protected from the public for up to 20 years. For example, documents that would expose a citizen's personal privacy, or those dealing with cabinet discussions, the Governor General's office, or information on the investigative activities of the security forces. Any public officer who tries to destroy or hide any official document can be sanctioned. And if you're having difficulties, the ATI unit will help. So, what if the chemicals in the mosquito spray are toxic? What if the agency did not even try to get back the money they paid out? Call or email your MP. Share the concern, because as your elected representative, they can represent your questions to the government ministers in the House. Remember, it is the job of parliamentarians to monitor and hold the government to account on your behalf. Is not every country give citizens this kind of power, you know? And at 20 years we have this law, and we barely use it. So access information and mind your business, Jamaica. Visit JAMPJA.org today to see what information we access to make it easier for you to hold the government to account. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well.
A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Jamaica, let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We on the road to republic. Well then, let's propel we nation, moving forward in a new direction. True independence, that's the projection. No more dependency, it's the best plan. Yes, we know what's best for us, cause we want we country prosperous. So make we just pull together as the general public, while on the road to Republic. Let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We on the road to Republic.
A message from the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs.
We on the road to Republic.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you.
Can you imagine getting a marketable skill for free? Your government has made it possible for anyone wanting to learn a skill to get free training through the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons.
Good things are happening in Jamaica. Our unemployment remains the lowest it has ever been, which means more Jamaicans are working and can provide for themselves and their families. Your government is building Jamaica. Come July, your NHT home improvement loan will increase to $3.5 million for qualifying applicants. Your government is caring for you. Since 2016, 156,000 more Jamaicans are working. This is more than any other time in our history. Your government is caring for you.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Jamaica, I can help you protect our citizens.
Jamaica I will play a part in increasing your public safety.
Jamaica Eye is part of an island-wide network of camera surveillance systems designed to increase the safety of you, our citizens. If you have a camera system outside your home or office facing a public space, log on to JamaicaEye.gov.jm today. Jamaica Eye, we're all connected. The Ministry of National Security, creating a safer and prosperous Jamaica.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister. Your government is empowering you through education, training, and development. That is why we have removed all fees for every Jamaican accessing training through the Heart NSTA Trust. So, whatever you desire training in, food and hospitality, beauty and cosmetology, housekeeping and hotel management, welding, carpentry, masonry, or any of the dozens of programs Heart offers, you can enroll completely free and change your life. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Good things are happening in Jamaica. Our unemployment remains the lowest it has ever been, which means more Jamaicans are working and can provide for themselves and their families. Your government is building Jamaica.
In Jamaica, where every beat tells a story, your rights are the rhythm of our nation. No matter the color of your skin, male or female, or the size of your pocket, here it is. As a Jamaican citizen, your rights are protected and guaranteed in the highest law of the land. The Jamaican Constitution safeguards citizens from discrimination based on being male or female, race, origin, class, color, religion, or political opinion. For more information about your rights, please contact the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs at 876-619-7846 or 876-618-5609 or visit our website at mlca.gov.jm.
Tell me something. How much time you ever hear the government announce a project and wonder why they must spend millions on this and not on that? Well, if you think there's nothing you can do about how your money is spent, think again.
Jamaica's budget is more than just numbers. It reveals our biggest problems and goals, our plans to fix them, and what to prioritize. We can even call it a promise book of what will be done to improve our lives. Now, let's talk about the 4 stages of the budget cycle so we can understand how it works and get involved. Stage 1. Planning and review. The Ministry of Finance sends out a budget call to every ministry, which outlines the priorities and constraints to guide how those ministries prepare their budget. After ministries submit their drafts, the Finance Ministry reviews, compiles, and sends them to Cabinet for review and approval. Stage 2. Parliamentary debate and approval. The Finance Minister tables all budget documents in the House of Representatives. The Standing Finance Committee, which is all 63 MPs, sits to examine the budget documents, and each minister presents their budget and answers concerns the committee has. The committee's report is then tabled in the House, followed by the estimated expenditure, which is tabled as legislation called the Appropriations Bill. That's right, the budget of Jamaica is law. The budget debate formally opens. We have presentations from the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, Opposition Leader, and the Shadow Finance Minister. After their presentations, our MPs vote for or against approval. Like all legislation, it goes to the Senate for their approval and then to the Governor General for his royal assent. No later than March 31st, end of the financial year. Stage 3. Implementation. The new financial year begins and approved budgets are sent to ministries. Collecting taxes, borrowing loans, and receiving grants begin. And so does the spending. Stage 4. Budget oversight. Now, this is where citizens don't need permission to get involved. Throughout the year, operations and spending are assessed by internal auditors and the Auditor General's department that makes sure public entities are compliant with laws and that their financial reports are accurate. All Auditor General reports are submitted to our Parliament's Public Accounts Committee for review and cross-examination of public officials. The Ministry of Finance, Integrity Commission, and MOCA also monitor government spending to guard against poor financial management and corruption. It is our job to review these reports, check the findings in the newspaper, and look up if breaches are fixed at jampja.org. If not, ask your MP what he or she has done to ensure public officials are held to account. No more 9-day wonders. So, did the government follow through on their spending and investment promises last year? What promises will next year's budget have? How will they affect you, and how can you ensure that you get what is promised? For access to the national budget, check out JAM's easy digital version and contact info for your MP at jampja.org. Then link your MP and see what progress is being made throughout the entire budget cycle. Support JAMP. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Since 1962, we've proudly charted our course. But did you know Jamaica's head of state is still the British monarch? That means officially our highest constitutional authority is not Jamaican. Becoming a republic is the next step in deepening Jamaica's constitutional sovereignty. It means replacing the British monarch with a Jamaican president as head of state. In 2024, the Republic Bill was tabled in Parliament, a major move in the reform process of the Jamaican Constitution. The process will take place in 3 phases. Right now, we're in phase 1, replacing the monarchy and laying the foundation for a republic. But this change needs your approval through a national referendum. This is not about politics, it's about pride, about a constitution that finally looks and sounds like us. It's about our legacy, our identity, and our future. Join the journey, get informed, ask questions, and when the time comes, let your voice be heard. One people, one republic, one Jamaica.
It was rough. Every time the rain fall, the whole place wet up. I have to put the kids' them book in a bag until the place dry out. Ah boy, I couldn't afford a new roof. Then one day, Rose tell me about a grant I can get through the government. So I sent a letter to the ministry telling them wagwan. The officers came, them do them inspection, where I was able to go to the hardware store, get the supply, so my roof could have been fixed. I don't think I ever see my kids them smile so much yet. That means everything to me. I tell everybody about the grant. The Ministry of Economic, Growth and Job Creation make my life better. They make a big difference to me and my family.
Jamaica improve, heart free, wages increase, housing scheme bill up, we have more opportunities, roads built and the dollar stable. We are building Jamaica. More of your money is now tax-free? Know that the income tax threshold has been increased. Your government is looking after you responsibly, so our economy can do even more for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Jamaicans, practice proper disposal of garbage, and if items can be reused, recycle them. We all have a part to play in protecting our environment from pollution. We are building Jamaica.
Every student attending Heart and STA Trust under the New Care Initiative will get $15,000 each month to help cover their travel expenses to the Heart School they're attending and get an extra $13,000 each week while they're training.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Jamaica's economy is in the best shape ever. Everybody abroad and abroad talk about it. Your government is investing in our hospitals, parks, community clinics, roads, and water infrastructure.
Getting the keys to your own home is a feeling many cannot describe. It's a moment we all hope for, and a dream that all Jamaicans have. The new social housing program is the difference between a dream and reality. The government, through the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, is building hope, one home at a time.
Apply to the Heart and STA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you.
What if I told you that you own thousands of acres of land, more than 100 companies with over 100,000 employees and billions in the bank? Well, I have news for you. You do. Jamaica belongs to you, and you need expert protection to safeguard those assets for your future, your children, and your children's children. And you already have it. A key protector is our Auditor General, whose role is outlined by the biggest, baddest law in all the land, the Constitution. The Auditor General's main job is to examine the financial reports of all public entities to ensure that they are accurate and that public funds are used appropriately and effectively to deliver public goods and services without waste, theft, and mismanagement. Here's how it's done. A team of highly trained auditors reviews and verifies that the right amount of money is spent on only what's approved in the national budget and in accordance with the laws and policies that protect public resources. Now, the right amount of money can be spent on the right things and Jamaicans still no benefit. So the Auditor General assesses the outcome for programs and projects as well. Audit reports will also contain recommendations to improve the operations of the audited entity, and the findings are submitted to the Parliament's Public Accounts Committee, the PAC. Every year, an annual report is submitted by December 31. Both government and opposition MPs serve on the PAC, and they summon public entity managers to answer questions so that they and the public, the real owners, yes, you, can understand what went wrong and how to prevent a recurrence. What are some things that can and do go wrong? Cost and time overruns, missing financial reports, unreported losses, unauthorized spending, unsupported payments, unlawful contracting, undisclosed conflict of interest, and more. Though the AG identifies the abuse of laws and policies, the law does not empower that office to penalize or sanction, but it does empower the Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance. It is also the duty of other anti-corruption and law enforcement bodies to grab the button and investigate to ensure penalties are applied when appropriate. But the AG alone can't watch all. So when things don't look straight, the Minister of Finance, members of Parliament, Cabinet, public servants, and importantly, you must blow the whistle and the AG will look deeper. So this is where you come in, with 4 things you can do to strengthen those who are fighting to protect our future. Tune into PBCJ on Tuesdays for the PAC and mind your business, Jamaica. It's our belongings, but we have to move like we understand that. And next time you hear a news report about the AG, you just left it up to the media. Visit the AG's website at www.auditorgeneral.gov.jm and check out the findings yourself. Then, keep track of how government has fixed the issue or not at www.jampja.org's accountometer. And if you're not happy with what you see, it's your job to contact your employees. It's easy when you visit the MP tracker on jampja.org. This is how we can do our part to make Jamaica land we own, Jamaica land we love, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter portal, funded by the European Union and UK Aid.
Jamaica is your homeland. You are not homeless or stateless. What we are trying to build here is a place where every Jamaican can feel proud and comfortable to come back home. That's what we want to build here, your homeland. And if you're finding it difficult where you are, come back here. Ackee and saltfish was always good. It's on the tree, you can get it. Don't stay there and suffer. Come back home. But as I said before, don't come back here to destroy your homeland and what we have been working very hard to create so that you wouldn't have had to leave in the first place. And as I said, we have been making strides in that regard. So expect to be dealt with a firm hand if your intent is criminal. Come back and let us build your homeland so that you can stand up with pride with the citizens of the world about your country. That you don't have to be economic refugees. That's what it is about. Disabuse yourself of this notion that you can only make it through crime and therefore you're going to join a gang and become a part of the problem. I appeal to all of you who have been exposed overseas and see what prosperity is like. Come back home and let us work together to build the prosperous nation that Jamaica is destined to be.
PBCJ's Student National is an excellent soundstage with a reputation for producing superior acoustics. Equipped with blue and green screens, it facilitates digital insertion of visual effects and exciting backgrounds in post-production. Studio National is the largest drive-in studio in the English-speaking Caribbean. Yes, you can actually drive a vehicle right onto the studio floor. With over 4,000 square feet of floor space, the studio can easily be transformed. It has hosted a wide variety of live and recorded productions, including Digicel Rising Stars, Schools Challenge Quiz, gospel concerts, the TEF Tourism Debate Competition, and election night coverage. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it was a location for Reggae Sumfest and has hosted several reggae concerts, has hosted workshops, launches, town hall meetings, and over the years has been home to several TV dramas, including Oliver at Large and Lime Tree Lane. In addition to the rental of the studio, we can furnish a full crew to shoot and edit your production. So for your next major live or recorded event, or as a location to shoot films, programs, and commercials, PBCJ's Studio National is your best option. For smaller productions, you can book our more compact studio, Studio B. For bookings, call 876-665-7225 or email prod_pbcj@pbcjamaica.org.
Heart NSTA Trust now offers a $100,000 grant to heart-trained individuals running businesses for over a year. They'll also assist with business planning, marketing, skill enhancement, and other support. Your government is building a caring economy for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Your safety.
Most Jamaicans will tell you corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and that's just so it's said, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption, and here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe, and if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and opposition leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million or serve up to 2 years in prison if they don't file the declaration or if they give false information, and $500,000 for not filing on time or ignoring requests for information. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians made changes that prevent the public from knowing when they've broken the law or when they're being investigated. We really need to change that. Visit jampja.org to find out more about the Act and to track if your MP is obeying this law. If they're not, JAMP's MP Tracker will help you write, tweet, or call your MP. Ask them, you submit your declaration yet? The Integrity Commission clear you? Let's help the Parliament stay honest.
A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you.
Can you imagine getting a marketable skill for free? Your government has made it possible for anyone wanting to learn a skill to get free training through the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons.
Good things are happening in Jamaica. Our unemployment remains the lowest it has ever been, which means more Jamaicans are working and can provide for themselves and their families. Your government is building Jamaica. Come July, your NHT home improvement loan will increase to $3.5 million for qualifying applicants. Your government is caring for you. Since 2016, 156,000 more Jamaicans are working. This is more than any other time in our history. Your government is caring for you.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions, the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding, and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Jamaica, I can help you protect our citizens.
Jamaica Eye will play a part in increasing your public safety.
Jamaica Eye is part of an island-wide network of camera surveillance systems designed to increase the safety of you, our citizens. If you have a camera system outside your home or office facing a public space, log on to JamaicaEye.gov.jm today. Jamaica Eye, we're all connected. The Ministry of National Security, creating a safer and prosperous Jamaica.
Come July, your NHT home improvement loan will increase to $3.5 million for qualifying applicants. Your government is caring for you.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
To fight crime and violence in your country, Your government has invested over $9.7 billion into national security systems. This includes the construction and renovation of dozens of police stations, the acquisition of critical security equipment such as patrol vessels and police vehicles, the recruitment and training of more police officers, and the build-out of the Jamaica Defense Force. Your government is investing in your safety. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Jamaica is changing right before our very eyes. Across the island, billions are being invested into our road networks, from farm and community roads to major roads and highways. Dozens of communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica are receiving access to reliable potable water for the very first time. And thousands of Jamaicans have become homeowners thanks to the historic shifts in policies of the National Housing Trust, making it easier for Jamaicans to receive funding. Not to mention the record number of houses being built. Never dreamed you would own a home? No matter your circumstance, home ownership is possible for you, thanks to the government's new social housing program specially designed to meet the needs of poor Jamaicans at no cost to them. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Remember that big project the government announced them was going to from when? You ever catch yourself a wonder what happened to it? Stop wonder like an outsider and start move like the country belong to you. You have a right to publicly owned information, and the Access to Information Act gives you that power. I know you have enough questions about how government are run or not run, so let me show you how it works. Say mosquito spraying going on in your community, your children asthmatic and you want to know what chemicals are in it. Or what about that Auditor General report on a public official getting twice his salary with no proper approval? Is your taxes and you want to know if they paid it back? First, do some basic searching to see what is already on government websites. If you don't see what you're looking for, make a formal ATI request by completing the application form on the ATI site or sending a letter or email. And remember, you don't have to say why you need it. It is your right to know. Make sure you send your request to the right agency, and once they confirm receipt, they get 30 calendar days to provide the information, a maximum of 60 if extra time is needed. Yes, I know you want access to everything, but sensitive documents are protected from the public for up to 20 years. For example, documents that would expose a citizen's personal privacy, or those dealing with cabinet discussions, the Governor General's office, or information on the investigative activities of the security forces. Any public officer who tries to destroy or hide any official document can be sanctioned. And if you're having difficulties, the ATI unit will help. So, what if the chemicals in the mosquito spray are toxic? What if the agency did not even try to get back the money they paid out? Call or email your MP. Share the concern, because as your elected representative, they can represent your questions to the government ministers in the House. Remember, it is the job of parliamentarians to monitor and hold the government to account on your behalf. Is not every country give citizens this kind of power, you know? And at 20 years we have this law, and we barely use it. So access information and mind your business, Jamaica. Visit JAMPJA.org today to see what information we access to make it easier for you to hold the government to account. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal of item notices of motions given orally.
The request is on the floor for the recommittal. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Notice of motion given orally.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the following orders be referred to the Regulations Committee of the House for consideration and report. The National Housing Trust Housing Benefits Special Selection, Industrial Cove Manor Housing Development, Order 2025, under the National Housing Trust Act, which was laid on the table of the House on the 21st day of October 2025. The National Housing Trust Housing Benefits Special Selection, Catherine Estate Housing Development, Batch 1, Order 2025, under the National Housing Trust Act, which was laid on the table of the House on the 21st day of October 2025, and the National Housing Trust Housing Benefits Special Selection, Messmure Flats Housing Development, Order 2025, under the National Housing Trust Act, which was laid on the table of the House on the 21st day of October 2025. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. I beg to give notice, I will move the following motion. Whereas Section 1G of Section 41 of the Constitution of Jamaica requires a member of this Honorable House of Representatives to vacate his seat if any firm in which he is a partner or any company of which he is a director or manager becomes a party to any contract with the government of Jamaica for or on account of the public service, or if he becomes a partner in a firm or a director or manager of a company which is a party to any such contract. And whereas the Member of Parliament for St. Andrew East Central is a director of Jack Den Group of Companies, and whereas this entity may from time to time enter into contracts with the government of Jamaica and its affiliate agencies, and whereas the member has disclosed his interest in this entity, be it resolved that this motion be referred to the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. And whereas Section 1G of the Constitution of Section 41, well, my apologies, whereas subsection 1G of Section 41 of the Constitution of Jamaica requires a member of this Honorable House of Representatives to vacate his seat if any firm in which he is a partner or any company of which he is a director or manager becomes a party to any contract with the government of Jamaica for or on account of the public service, or if he becomes a partner in a firm or a director or manager of any company which is a party to any such contract. And whereas the Member of Parliament for St. Andrews South is a partner of the law firm Hart, Murad, Fatta, and whereas this entity may from time to time enter into contracts with the government of Jamaica and its affiliate agencies, and whereas the member has disclosed his interest in this entity, be it resolved that this motion be referred to the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing order to enable me to take these motions.
Public business.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, read the National Housing Trust.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that the motions be approved.
The question is that the motion of which he gave notice earlier should be approved. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
I don't need that. Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motions, notice of which I gave earlier, regarding the NHT. Sorry, the exemptions, my apologies. Let me do that again. I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motions, notice of which I gave earlier, regarding the exemptions, as stated.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Speaker, I now move that the motions, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
The question is that the motion, notice of which the minister gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Those against? Aye.
Mr. Speaker, as we are about to commence the issue regarding the supplementary estimates, I ask for a short suspension to deal with an administrative matter.
The request is on the floor for a short suspension. Those in favor? Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and I just saw it set, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption. And here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe. And if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and opposition leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million or serve up to 2 years in prison if they don't file the declaration or if they give false information, and $500,000 for not filing on time or ignoring requests for information. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians made changes that prevent the public from knowing when they've broken the law or when they're being investigated. We really need to change that. Visit jampja.org to find out more about the Act and to track if your MP is obeying this law. If they're not, JAMP's MP Tracker will help you write, tweet, or call your MP. Ask them, you submit your declaration yet? The Integrity Commission clear you? Let's help the Parliament stay honest.
A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you.
Can you imagine getting a marketable skill for free? Your government has made it possible for anyone wanting to learn a skill to get free training through the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons.
Good things are happening in Jamaica. Our unemployment remains the lowest it has ever been, which means more Jamaicans are working and can provide for themselves and their families. Your government is building Jamaica. Come July, your NHT home improvement loan will increase to $3.5 million for qualifying applicants. Your government is caring for you. Since 2016, 156,000 more Jamaicans are working. This is more than any other time in our history. Your government is caring for you.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions, the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding, and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Jamaica, I can help you protect our citizens.
Jamaica I will play a part in increasing your public safety.
Jamaica I is part of an island-wide network of camera surveillance systems designed to increase the safety of you, our citizens. If you have a camera system outside your home or office facing a public space, log on to JamaicaI.gov.jm today. Jamaica I, we're all connected. The Ministry of National Security, creating a safer and prosperous Jamaica.
Come July, your NHT home improvement loan will increase to $3.5 million for qualifying applicants. Your government is caring for you.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
To fight crime and violence in your country, Your government has invested over $9.7 billion into national security systems. This includes the construction and renovation of dozens of police stations, the acquisition of critical security equipment such as patrol vessels and police vehicles, the recruitment and training of more police officers, and the build-out of the Jamaica Defense Force. Your government is investing in your safety. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister. The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Jamaica.
This Honourable House resumes its sitting. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now request a recommittal of announcements and report from committees and notices of motions given orally.
Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House of Representatives is the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the second supplementary estimates 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates for the year ending March 2026.
Thank you. Reports from committees.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House of Representatives a copy of the report of the Public Administration and Appropriation Committee on its deliberation on the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body first supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026.
Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move for the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberation on the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the 21st day of October 2025, be adopted. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the member to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Member. Chairman of PAC.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Chairman of the PAAC. Madam Speaker, I wish to request that the leader of the leader of government business will have carriage of the next section of the agenda regarding standing finance. And before that, I ask also for the recommittal of notices of motions given orally.
Notices of motions given orally is asked to be recommitted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. May proceed. House Leader? No, I did say it.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that in the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved that the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025 to 2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplemental estimates of revenues and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the 21st day of October 2025, be referred to the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all the members of the House, for consideration and report. And be it further resolved that the committee during its deliberations take into account the recommendations contained in the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025 to 2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenues and expenditure for the year ended March 2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the 21st day of October 2025. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister?
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader? Turn your mic on, please.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the House be suspended for the Standing Finance Committee to meet to consider the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 25-26 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenues and expenditure for the year ending March 2026.
The question is that the meeting of the House be suspended for the Standing Finance Committee to meet to consider the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025 to 2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The meeting of the House is suspended. We are now in Standing Finance Committee. We'll move quickly.
Madam Speaker.
Chair.
Oh. You're coming down or you're staying there? Okay. Chair, I have not gotten any amendments, so I ask that you take both the second supplemental estimates and the public body's estimates en bloc.
The report of the Standing Finance Committee. Members, the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, is now convened. We ask that a member kindly offer a quick word of prayer. Members.
Let us assume. Eternal God and most righteous Father, as we gather here this afternoon, Lord, we ask you for your intervention. Be among us, be our guide, our shield, our armor. God, we ask you that you stay with us. Anoint us from the crown of our head to the sole of our feet with that anointment and atonement. And so that as we deliberate on behalf of this nation, that we do so with integrity, humbleness, and peace. Thank you.
Amen. Members, you would have remembered that on the 21st day of October 2025, the House of Representatives, by resolution, referred the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026 to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. The committee's report, along with the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, are now before us for our consideration and report. This committee is now ready to start its deliberations, and I ask the House Leader to inform us as to how he wishes to proceed.
Madam Speaker, thank you. As I had indicated earlier, I take these matters in representation of the Minister with responsibility for finance. I did give a preamble earlier, so I will do away with that, and I have been advised that there are no amendments to be made. And as such, I would ask that we take the two documents en bloc.
The report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the second supplementary estimates for the financial year ending 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026 is before me. Is it the wish of the committee that I sign it? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This committee now stands adjourned. Marshall. This honorable House now resumes its sitting. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the recommittal of the items, announcements, reports from committees, and notices of motions given orally.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House is the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditures for the year ending March 2026.
Reports from committee.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all the members of the House, on the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025 to 2026, and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenues and expenditure for the year ending March 2026.
Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move. Be it resolved that the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenues and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the 21st day of October 2025, be adopted. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, as the motion is clear, I ask that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you, members. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we have covered significant ground today. It is not intended to do any other business today. And as such, I move a motion that the House be adjourned until the 28th day of October at 2 p.m.
On adjournment, House Leader.
Why? Why? Oh.
Members, it is regrettable that...
Let me just move the motion for adjournment again. I beg that the Parliament be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor... No. Right. It is regrettable that the Leader of Opposition led a walkout during today's sitting. Members, the business before the House must always be conducted strictly in accordance with the standing orders. The actions of speakers are guided solely by the standing orders, and speakers are compelled to act to preserve order, uphold the rules, and maintain the integrity of our proceedings. The disruption today arose during statement by ministers when a member of the opposition attempted to introduce a matter that was procedurally improper. The question posed by the member of Southwest St. Mary clearly related to payment to contractors, and Southeast St. Mary, clearly related to payment of contractors and settlement of invoices, which are outside of the allowed questions based on the statement by minister. Indeed. Having assessed the content of the question and against the relevant rules, it was determined out of order as the subject matter was not within the official cognizance of the minister. It was not within the official cognizance of the minister tasked with responding to the question and therefore breached the rules governing the propriety and content of questions presented to the House. The ruling was based on the clear provisions of the standing orders. Standing Order 16.1a provides that the proper object of the question is to obtain information on a question of fact within the official cognizance of the minister to whom it is addressed or to ask for official action. And Standing Order 16.1G, subsection 8 and 11, prohibit questions asking whether statements in the press or by private individuals, including contractors, are accurate, or questions concerning the actions of a minister for which he is not responsible to the legislature. Standing Order 16.1H further prohibits questions that solicit an opinion or pose a hypothetical proposition. Following that clear and justified ruling, both the Leader of Opposition and the Leader of Opposition Business rose at separate intervals and attempted to make unsolicited statements challenging the ruling and the conduct of the sittings. This was especially concerning given that the Leader of Opposition Business had previously approached the bench where the Speaker suggested that we suspend the sitting to discuss a reasonable way forward, and he refused. Instead of finding an amicable solution, efforts were made to continue the matter publicly in defiance of the ruling. It was a clear attempt to usurp or publicly undermine the authority of the Speaker. Worse, the Leader of Opposition gave instructions to his members to refrain from answering questions and from furthering the people's business in protest of the ruling. The subsequent walkout by members of the opposition was absolutely regrettable, to say the least. But worse, are affront to the proper order of the House, a breach of parliamentary decorum, and ultimately an action that undermines the interests of the people of Jamaica, whom we are all elected to serve. Members, I remain committed to following the standing orders impartially, firmly, and without fear or favor. This is the House of Representatives. It is a chamber for serious, respectful, and disciplined debate in the interests of the people of Jamaica. Thank you, members. House, the question before you is that this Honourable House adjourns for a date to be fixed. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House now stands adjourned.